Good evening and welcome to an edition of Saturday with Saute. We've got a fun show ready to get underway with y'all tonight. Starting with this select basketball break this evening. We do have one team to auction off, and that is going to be the Denver Nuggets. The Denver Nuggets. How's it going, Adam? Great to see you. Also, folks, we've got some great discounts tonight. First, we have a card random, 25% off all card and pack randoms and hit drafts this evening. Then we have 21% off all 2021 football breaks non-presale using code 813NFL21. Alrighty, we are going to get started with this Nuggets auction. $1 per person and $1 minimum bid and $1 increments. $1 minimum bid and $1 increments. And here we go. Let's get started with that. All right, we have Adam with $5. Adam with $5 right there. Do we have any other bids at this time? Alrighty. It doesn't appear so. We're going to start the countdown. How this works, and I'm going to make sure to bring up my YouTube channel just in case this isn't clicking. We're going to start a 20-second or a 20-second countdown, and then we'll go through the bids every time we'll start a 30-second countdown the first time and then switches to 15 seconds. Sorry. So how that works is that we will start the countdown with 30 seconds and every bid will then reset the countdown to 15 seconds. Until there has been no bids in a 15-second period. All right, the countdown is complete, and Adam is the winner. Adam, the winner of the Denver Nuggets. There we go, Adam. Way to get started there. Alrighty, we are ready to go. We can get those teams loaded. Adam, you know what to do. The link is in the chat for payment. That link is in the chat for payment, and we've got those teams loaded. So here we go, kicking off with our first break this evening. It is break 1128, the 2020-21 Select Basketball one box. Pick your team. Thank you, Adam. Let's rock and roll here. We have Anthony Davis of the Lakers, Patty Mills of the Spurs, a Tyrese Halliburton, the tricolor RC right off the bat. Nice solid rookie right there of the Sacramento Kings. going to Kyle. Kyle, welcome to BreakTraders. I see that you're new tonight. You can use the promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. Then we have Sadiq Bey, RC of the Detroit Pistons, going to Rick. And last but not least is Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Dallas Mavericks. Alrighty, we have Lou Williams and Andrew Wiggins to get started. Then we have Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls, and that is a concourse level Patrick Williams right there of the Bulls going to Z, followed by a filler, and underneath that filler it looks like we're going to have a silver, and it is going to be a silver Patrick Williams RC concourse edition. And then I think I hear another one, and it is the Patrick Williams Premier level. Look at that. We just, with the 3 Patrick Williams RCs right off the bat of the Chicago Bulls. Alrighty, and we are on to our next pack in this break. Ooh, baby. Getting hot right out the gate. Hot right out the gate with an Anthony Edwards base RC concourse style right there. And that is going to Richard of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Following that up with Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons headed to Rick. And then we have Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, followed by a Kira Lewis Jr., and that's the little tricolor right there of the New Orleans Pelicans, and that's going to be headed to Randall, followed up by Cam Reddish of the Atlanta Hawks to wrap up that pack. It sure was the P-Dub pack. And then we have Steven Adams of the Pelicans, Daniel Aturu of the Los Angeles Clippers. Daniel Aturu of the Clippers, and that's going to be heading to Randall. It is Friday. Sorry about that. Kawhi Leonard of the Los Angeles Clippers. Then we're going to have a silver Obi Toppin RC right there of the New York Knicks, and that's going to Gregory. Gregory, welcome to BreakTraders. That is going to be the premier level right there. And then last but not least, looks like we're going to have a courtside, and that is Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns, and that's going to Brian. Brian, welcome to BreakTraders. Alrighty, on to our next pack in this break. Ooh, we've got some solid cards coming in this pack. First, we have the Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets, followed by Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Kyle. Oklahoma City Thunder going to Kyle right there. And next up, we are going to have a select NBA draft overall pick, the 31st pick. That is going to be Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks. Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks, 41 out of 99 right there with that little pink. And then next up, we're going to have a out of 149, the Jalen Smith RC of the Phoenix Suns headed to Brian, and that's 125 out of 149 of the Phoenix Suns. And then wrapping it up with a Kevin Durant base of the Brooklyn Nets. Then we have, where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Isaiah Joe of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Andrew. Markelle Fultz of the Orlando Magic. Chris Paul of the Phoenix Suns. We're going to have a Duncan Robinson of the Miami Heat right there, and that's going to be heading to Kyle. Duncan Robinson with the shimmer. And then we have Malcolm Brogdon of the Pacers. And we're halfway through this break. We have CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers, and that's going to Kyle, followed by Victor Oladipo of the Rockets, and Isaac Okoro RC of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and that is going to be heading. That's going to be heading to Alex. And next up, we're going to have an orange die cut out of 65. Let's see who we're going to get right here. It is going to be Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers heading to Alex. And that's the orange die cut out of 65, 29 out of 65 right there. And then we're going to wrap it up with Derek White of the Spurs. Alrighty, we have 5 packs left in this one. We have Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, LeBron James of the Lakers, a Precious Achua RC of the Miami Heat going to Kyle, followed up by a filler card, and underneath that's a silver Goran Dragic, and underneath him is a CJ Ellaby Premier Edition of the Portland Trailblazers heading to Kyle. Four packs left in this break. We have Derrick Rose of the Knicks, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers. Looks like we're going to have another thick card right here. We'll save that for the end. First, we have the Duncan Robinson of the Miami Heat, and that's going to Kyle right there, the red, white, and blue. Paul George, Playoff Paul of the Los Angeles Clippers. And then right here, it's going to be out of 99, and it is Kyle Kuzma of the Los Angeles Lakers. Going to Wingachin. Alrighty, we got 2 memorabilias there, and we have 3 packs to go right now. Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans. And that's going to be heading to Randall, followed by Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Kyle. The Markelle Fultz of the Magic, a silver Alec Caruso, and then we have the courtside Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors. Heading to Tyrone. And we got 2 packs left in this one. Duncan Robinson of the Heat, an Isaiah Stewart RC. Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons going to Rick. Isaiah Stewart from right here in the 585. Then we have DeAndre Ayton. Looks like we have a light blue coming, a light blue Prism, and that is going to be out of... They keep changing all these. The light blue is out of 299, and that is going to be Aaron Naismith. Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics. And then we have Jalen Jackson Jr. of the Memphis Grizzlies. Then we have Udoka Azubuike. Holy hell, we got a solid out of 10 coming. Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz. And that is going to be going to... That's going to be going to Brian Newbert. Then we have Desmond Bane of the Memphis Grizzlies. And that is going to... Desmond Bane of the Grizzlies is going to be going to Steve. Followed by Giannis, the tricolor Giannis right off the bat of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Jason. Followed up by Udoka Azubuike again of the Jazz. This one a premier level. And folks, here we go. We're going to have an out of 10 coming. And there we have it. The James Wiseman out of 10 RC going to Mark with the Golden State Warriors. Mark with the Golden State Warriors getting that Wiseman out of 10. Alrighty, folks. And we will run down these rookies. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We had a nice, strong hit right there. And that is our second out of 10 in back-to-back select boxes. I would fill up that select, pick your team plus random right now with the speed of which we are hitting these hot picks. Alrighty. Here we go, our rookie rundown. If they're more than the same, I'm not going to say who they go to multiple times. Udoko Azubuike of the Utah Jazz going to Brian. Brian, welcome to BreakTraders. Desmond Bane of the Memphis Grizzlies headed over to Mauer. Then we have Udoko Azubuike of the Jazz again. A light blue out of 149? 299. Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics headed to Randall. Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons going to head to Rick. Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Kyle. Then we have Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Randall, followed up by CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers. CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Kyle. Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat heading to Kyle. Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Alex. CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Isaiah Joe of the 76ers going to Andrew. The white Jalen Smith out of 149 of the Phoenix Suns headed to Brian. Theo Maledon of the Thunder. The silver Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks, and that's going to Greg. Followed by Daniel Aturu of the Clippers. Daniel Aturu of the Clippers headed to Randall. The red, white, and blue Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans, and that is going to Randall. Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons headed to Rick. Patrick Williams of the Bulls, and we got 3 of them, including this silver one and the concourse one, and those are all going to Z, followed by Sadiq Bey silver of the Pistons, and then this nice Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings, and that is going to Kyle. And now on to the featured cards. Alrighty. First, we have our 2 court sides in that one. We have the Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns headed to Brian, and the Malachi Flynn RC of the Toronto Raptors going to Tyrone. Did that just fill? The one on the website, it breaks when it fills, so there's no there's no set timetable on that. Then we have the Kevin Love die cut out of 65 for the Cleveland Cavaliers for Alex, followed up by Anthony Edwards of the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Richard with that nice base RC. And then we have 2 out of 99s. Not bad. We have the Kyle Kuzma of the Los Angeles Lakers headed to wing, and Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks going to wing as well. And then last but certainly not least, a great pick of one of the top picks last year. It is Mr. James Wiseman out of 10. James Wiseman out of 10 right there. And with that, folks, we are done with this break. We are done with break 1128. We will be right back from the hardwood, right back from BT Field for some Chronicles Draft Picks Hobby. Alrighty, we are back in BT Field with some Chronicles draft picks. Chronicles draft picks. We have two teams to auction off here. And we're gonna do them together. A little love for LaShawn McCoy, because it's gonna be a Bales Eagles, the McCoy pack. And that's gonna be starting at $5 with increments of $1. Five from Jake. Do we have 7? Do we have 10 for this Bills Eagles, the LaShawn McCoy pack? We have 6 from Harry Hood. 12 from Mr. CEO. Alrighty. Alright, folks, here we go. We're going to start the countdown. 30 seconds is going to be on the clock. Any and all bids. Sounds good, Harry. Any and all bids will begin. Any and all bids will trigger another 15-second countdown. The auction will end when the 15-second countdown, when there's no bids during that countdown. Alrighty, here we go. The countdown has started. $13, which means we will have another 15-second countdown. $14, the current high bid. If there's no bids, Mr. CEO will take it. Boom, Mr. CEO takes it for $14. And we'll get those loaded, Mr. CEO. You know what to do. The link is in the chat. And in the meantime, while we wait to get this started, we're going to do our first TV show giveaway. First TV show giveaway of the evening. John, let me know when you are ready. Alrighty, we are good. The first keyword of the night is smoking. No correct guesses so far. Alrighty, show giveaway guessing is over. Show giveaway guessing is over, and we will get started right here. One moment. Sorry, folks. I had to get my sheets back. I had given them to someone to giving them to John when he was sorting yesterday after Chronicles, and I want to make sure that I have those backs before those. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 1129, the 2021 Chronicles draft picks, one box, pick your team. We have 8 cards per pack and 6 cards per box. Alrighty, folks, and we definitely need to get some breaks filled at BreakTraders.com. We've got a big gap between our last currently scheduled break and the next breaks. I did see that a Donruss Optic Hobby H2 had filled. That's my fault, folks. That we will be breaking next week. That was supposed to be a draft. I apologize about that. Also, though, folks, we have 20% off card randoms, 20% off card randoms right now. Card randoms, pack randoms, and our hit draft. Would love to fill that gold standard hit draft that we have out there this evening. We have Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Scott, followed by Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles to Mr. CEO. Then we have Mac Jones of the New England Patriots headed to Matthew. Another Mac Jones of the New England Patriots. Then we have Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans heading to Matthew. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Mr. CEO. And then Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Scott. And then here we go. We have a full coverage patch, and that is going to be Mr. Kellen Mond. Mr. Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings going to Harry. Nice full coverage rookie quarterback patch right there. Will be interesting to see how much playing time he gets this preseason. Would expect it to be a lot. I feel like you don't want to risk Kirk Cousins on the field, not only for an injury, but honestly for COVID. Like, you got to think about that when you have these guys that aren't vaccinated, that they're more likely to get COVID, and therefore, do you want them on the field where they could be considered a close contact? I would argue you do not. Looks like we have a filler right there. Then we have Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Scott, at least not during preseason. Najee, at least not during preseason. During the regular season, all bets are off. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Jeremy, followed by another Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Scott. Then we have Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, and that is going to Brian, followed by Mac Jones of the New England Patriots heading to Matthew. Matthew, welcome to BreakTraders. Hey, John, good to see you tonight. Every new customer can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off their first purchase at BreakTraders.com. We have Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans heading to Matthew, and Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. And that is going to Eric. And then we're going to have our first auto here, and it is going to be Davian Nixon of the Carolina Panthers headed to BMWs. We have Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Mr. CEO. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles to Mr. CEO. Then we have Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Jeremy. Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos going to Harry. Good evening, Haley. Great to see you. Haley, we dropped a hit draft for some gold standard. Trying to get that filled so we can run it during our break here tonight. Would love to see that happen. Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Jeremy. Then we have a Zach Wilson of the New York Jets headed to Eric, followed by Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that is going to Scott. Followed up by another Trevor Lawrence. So just a lot of Trevor Lawrences this evening. This one of the Jags as well, going to Scott. And then Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens, going to Harry. The first couple we have opened. I think we've opened 2, maybe 3. Nothing like wild out of there yet so far. Alrighty, we have a filler in here, and that's due to another auto. Then we have Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Mr. CEO, followed up by Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Going to Brian. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, and that is heading to Harry. He'll get to see some action against the Bills tonight. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers to BMZs, followed by a Zach Wilson recon of the New York Jets going to Eric. Then we have Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles to Mr. CEO, and a Flux Trey Lance right there out of 99. A Flux Trey Lance out of 99 of the San Francisco 49ers going to Scott. First time for Everything is Right. I'll tell you about what you did miss in our next break. And then boom goes the Origin with some Larry Roundtree III of the Los Angeles Chargers. And that is going to be headed to Brett. Brett, welcome to BreakTraders. Thank you for joining us this evening. Another Brett. Oh, baby, you did. You missed not 1, not 2, but 3 kabooms goes the Dynamites. We're going to have a redemption here in this one. Elijah Moore of the New York Jets to Eric. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Harry, followed by Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions going to Harry as well. Followed up by Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers, and that is going to be going to Spria. Then we have Kyle Pitts, the blue recon out of 99 of the Atlanta Falcons going to Brian. Followed up by Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos headed to Harry, and Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Harry as well. And here we go. It is going to be an Elijah Moore Origins Rookie Autographs Red for the New York Jets right there. Elijah Moore autograph Red right there. Redemption. And we're on to our last pack. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Brian. Mac Jones of the Patriots headed to Matthew, followed by Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts. Going to Harry. Then we have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Phil. We have a filler, followed by an XR Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Mr. CEO. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to Harry. Kyle Trask again headed to Harry, and Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. And here we go. Let's run down our rookies. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Harry. We have another Kyle Trask of the Buccaneers. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles to Mr. CEO. Followed by Rondale Moore out of 149 of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Phil. Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Harry. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots to Matthew. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Brian. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins headed to Harry. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Eric, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Scott, Travis Etienne of the Jags going to Scott as well. Zach Wilson of the Jets. Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Jeremy. Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos to Harry. Najee Harris of the Steelers. Then we have Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans going to Matthew. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots, followed by Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, Mac Jones of the Patriots, Mac Jones of the Patriots, and Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars to wrap up that rookie rundown. And now let's get to our featured cards. Dun dun dun. Alrighty. First, we have the Larry Roundtree III Origins auto and Davian Nixon of the Carolina Panthers score auto. Davian Nixon of the Panthers to BMWs. Larry Roundtree of the Chargers to Brett. After that, we have two numbered rookies. We have the both out of 99. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Scott, and Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons to Brian. I am pretty tan for sure. And then we have our two hits of this back. We have the full coverage Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings headed to Harry. In the Panini Chronicles draft picks, Elijah Moore Origins rookie autograph red. And that is headed to Eric with the New York Jets. And with that, we are done with break 1129. And we will be right back in from BT Park. Right back from BT Park. Alrighty, we are back with some absolute baseball. If the 10% off doesn't work, just please send an email to support@breaktraders.com and we will get that going for we'll just get you a refund on that. I apologize about that. Sometimes it's just the system can be funky because it technically always should work for sure. So I'm not sure why that would be the case. Alrighty. So, Mr. CEO, another quick update. You had bought the St. Louis Cardinals in break 1135 on our unsolds. That was supposed to be for this break 1130. So, because they're not available in 1135, same team, just an earlier break for you. I hope that's all right. If you want a refund, just shoot me a message. But right now we have you assigned to the Cardinals. Sorry, we just realized that mistake. Alrighty. Adam, you know what you should do is you should get into the hit draft. The hit drafts, I would say, even more fun than the snake. You see all the cards and then you get to pick the cards. And if we can get that hit draft filled, we will definitely get it running. Right now, there is 7 spots in it, but you can use the promo code that I've dropped in the chat for 25% off. Sorry, I've got to double check what that one says. Off that break. 25% off that break right there. It's basically a cooler snake because you're guaranteed a card. All right. Here we go. Some absolute baseball. This is going to be break 1130. The 2021 Absolute Baseball one box. Pick your team. And we've had some wild luck with Absolute Baseball as of late. We've opened 2 boxes in the last 2 days. The first box, or 3 boxes total in the last 2 days. One of the boxes had 2 kabooms. 2 kabooms. I believe a Bryce Harper kaboom, and then a Tampa Bay Ray that I'm definitely going to forget his name off the top of my head. And then yesterday, we had a Sammy Sosa kaboom. So let's keep it rocking and rolling right now. It's not reckless, Adam. It's just trying to get a. You know, T-Man had last place last night or Wednesday night and got a solid auto. Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to David. Sandy Koufax of the Los Angeles Dodgers to David as well. Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals to Mr. CEO. Matt Olson of the Oakland Athletics. To David. Then we have Shoeless Joe Jackson of the White Sox going to David. Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds to David as well. And then it's an extreme team. Who lives, who dies, who tells your story. And that UFC Select Pack Random is 25% off. And as you'll see in the description, that will not be breaking till next week. Those are coming in on Monday or Tuesday. We have a Charlie Blackmon out of 199 of the Colorado Rockies going to Brooks as our our numbered card in that one. And then we have an out of 25 Jamie Barria plates and patches of the Los Angeles Angels. That's a cool patch right there for sure. And that is going to Scott. Very cool patch right there. And then our next one is going to be a Christian Javier. Woo, baby! Out of 10 rookie signatures. And that is of the Houston Astros going to David. And that is 1 out of 10. We cannot get hotter with Absolute Baseball than we are over the last couple days. On to our second box here. Folks, would love to see that Immaculate card random close. Immaculate collegiate card random close. Taking 30% off of it using the code VACAYOVER. Just let me double check to make sure that is working. I would hate to say that and then it not work. Alrighty, that code is up and running. Would love to see that break tonight on opening night. 30% off. That's a great deal on that one. We have Bryce Harper of the Phillies. George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays. Bryce Harper of the Phillies going to David. The Blue Jays going to David as well. Javier Baez of the Cubs headed to David. Blake Snell of the San Diego Padres headed to Scott. Brian Anderson of the Miami Marlins going to Deborah. Deborah, welcome to BreakTraders. Then we have a rookie class, Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians. And that is going to Supriya, followed by a Manny Machado, statistically speaking, out of 99. Manny Machado of the Padres, and that is going to Scott. Then we're going to have another numbered card right here, and that is Trey Turner out of 199 of the Washington Nationals heading to David. And here we go. Our next one is Phil Nirko of the Atlanta Braves, and that is going to Cody. Cody, welcome to BreakTraders. There's a little tools of the trade for you. And our last one of this break is going to be a Miami Marlin, and that is Monte Harrison, 31 out of 50. The rookie signatures from the Miami Marlins going to Deborah. Necro, got it. Thank you, Mr. CEO. I appreciate that. My pronunciation is definitely one of, if not the weakest part of my breaking ability. All right, let's run these down. We have the rookie class, Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians going to Sapria. And now we're going to get into our featured cards. First, we have the non-numbered Phil Necro of the Atlanta Braves going to Cody. I'll leave that right up there. Followed up by an out of 50, Monte Harrison. Monte Harrison of the Miami Marlins heading to Deborah. And last but not least, the Jamie Barrea of the Philadelphia Phillies going to the Los Angeles Angels going to Scott. There we go. Those are 3 of the memorabilias, but they're not done yet because, oh boy, did we get hot in here. It is going to be Christian Javier, the 1 out of 10 of the Houston Astros. 1 out of 10 of the Astros, and that is going to be going to David. Alrighty, nice hit right there. And with that, before that is the end of break 1130, 1130. And before we take a quick break, we are going to do our next keyword, which is going to be smoking. And I mean, do the randomization for smoking. Type smoking in the chat to be entered to win. Alrighty. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Haley.
And Haley, on her first day back, yeah, that is the first keyword of the night, getting the Father's Day pack. We have a Mike Trout out of 199 and an Alex Moran of the Philadelphia Phillies. Alrighty, folks, we are going to take a 5-minute break. And actually we'll be gone a little longer because there's no teams to auction off. We're going to take a 10-minute break and be back with some Russ Elite here at 8:30. Here we go. We are back with break 1131, some Russ Elite. But first, we're going to do our next keyword guess for the TV show. John is ready. I'm ready. Here we go. The keyword is believe. No correct guesses yet. No correct guesses yet. David, you may be a tad behind. Look at Davis Webb out there lighting it up for the Bills tonight. 6 of 9, 51 yards and a touchdown. Devin Singletary having a nice night as well. And they are putting the hurt on Detroit. Alrighty, and with that, we've got to be coming up here on a minute for this keyword. Oh, sorry folks. We're having some technical issues here where I'm not always seeing the chats on my chat screen. We're trying to get that fixed, but we're unsure if we're going to be able to. So there we go. And here we go. This is break 1131, the 2021 Russ Elite One Boxer. Pick your team. And folks, remember, you can get into another 2021 NFL break. There's 2 more Russ Elite Pick Your Teams up, and those you can get in for 21% off. For those, there's 2 Luminance break or a Luminance break up. We are rocking and rolling. Speaking of that, we're gonna have a redemption right off the gate. First, we have J.J. Watt. Then we have the Elite Deck A.J. Brown. Elite Deck A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans. Followed up by Tua of the Dolphins. Luke Kuechly of the Carolina Panthers. And our redemption is going to be Josh Palmer. Josh Palmer of the Los Angeles Chargers. And that's just going to be a basic pen pals going to Brad. I'm hearing to be high on Josh Palmer this year. I watched follow some guys that do fantasy, and they said take him in the last round because that's where he would, like, otherwise he'll be a first week waiver wire. Stephon Diggs of the Bills, Michael Thomas of the New Orleans Saints. Then we have Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Cynthia. Following that up with Drew Brees of the Saints and Jerry Rice of the 49ers. How crazy is it that Drew Brees, such a phenomenally talented quarterback, not even in the top 3 quarterbacks of his generation. Frank Gifford of the Giants, Peyton Manning of the Colts, a 2001 throwback edition of Zach Wilson going to Andrew with the New York Jets. Followed up by Jonathan Taylor of the Colts and TJ Watt of the Steelers. We have Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed by DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, Baker Mayfield of the Browns, and then we're going to have an Aspirations out of 93. That is John Elway of the Denver Broncos going to Richard. John Elway of the Denver Broncos going to Richard right there. Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys and Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens. Folks, in addition, let's get this Immaculate card random moving. 30% off. 30% off. That gets you down to roughly $105. Miles Sanders of the Eagles. Trey White of the Buffalo Bills. Derek Carr out of 96. Derek Carr out of 96 of the Las Vegas Raiders. Headed to Mark. Mark, welcome to BreakTraders. Aaron Donald of the Rams and Devin White of the Buccaneers. We have Nick Bosa of the 49ers, Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers headed to Tanner, followed up by Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills and Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. Then we have Joe Montana of the 49ers, Aaron Rodgers with the Packers, Najee Harris, rookie on deck of the Pittsburgh Steelers, headed to Jake, followed up by Brett Favre of the Packers and Darius Leonard of the Colts. We just go through our supplier for those. Next up, we have Jamal Adams of the Seahawks, Nick Chubb of the Browns, and an out of 75 star status, Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Andrew. Following that up with Russell Wilson of the Seahawks and CD Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys. On to our next pack right here. We have a Brian Dawkins of the Eagles, Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons, the Ascension of the Baltimore Ravens, following that up with Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles and DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs, Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team. We have Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Cynthia. Then we have Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers and Drew Lock of the Denver Broncos. Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers, followed by T. Higgins of the Bengals. A rookie elitist, Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to Gabriel. Welcome to BreakTraders, Gabriel. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first break purchase. Tom Brady of the Buccaneers and Von Miller of the Broncos. Michael Strahan of the Giants, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, a spellbound Dan Marino of the Miami Dolphins going to Richard, followed up by Julian Edelman of the New England Patriots and DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers. Looks like we got a thick one in here. Ooh, yeah, we haven't had one of these in a while. We have Sam Darnold of the Panthers, an elite deck, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Andrew. Then we have Josh Jacobs of the Raiders and Hollywood Brown of the Ravens. Yeah, depends on what select you're looking for. We have a select hobby hybrid up H2 coming up next at $850. And then I'll break 1101 from Shopify at 9:10, 1133 select hobby at 10:30, and then another select hybrid H2 at 10:30 or at 11:30. And then we have a Moxie Drew Lock out of 49. Moxie Drew Lock out of 49 right there. And that is going to be going to Richard. Oh, that happened. That happened. You're going to have to scroll back about 3 breaks. I would say about an hour in the bottom scroll. Khalil Mack of the Bears, Joey Bosa of the Chargers, a Justin Herbert out of 25. Justin Herbert out of 25 of the Chargers, and that is going to Brad. Followed by James Robinson of the Jags and Brian Urlacher of the Bears. No worries, Omar. Omar, sorry about the confusion there. Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, Delvin Cook of the Saints, Christian Barmore of the New England Patriots, and that is going to be going to Andrew, followed by Saquon Barkley of the Giants and Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals. We have Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, an elite company, Najee Harris, that we will randomize here at the end of this break, followed by John Elway of the Broncos and Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots. And we got 4 packs left. Chase Young of the Washington football team, Joe Namath of the Jets, a 2001 DK Metcalf, Don Russ Elite, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers, and Henry Ruggs III of the Raiders. Then we have David Montgomery of the Bears, Keenan Allen of the Chargers, a rookie on deck, Elijah Moore of the New York Jets going to Andrew, followed by Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers and Mark Brunell of the Jaguars. Mark Brunell was a very strong quarterback, Adam. We have Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, Randy Moss of the Vikings, Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to Richard, followed by Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers and Daniel Jones of the New York Giants. And our last pack in this break. Ryan Tannehill of the Tennessee Titans, DeAndre Swift of the Falcons, a Jared Goff, who got sacked by Gregory Rousseau on the first drive of tonight's game. And that is going to, the Detroit Lions, going to Richard. If it fills, it'll break, Cody. If it fills, it will break. Looks like there's 2 spots left there. DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals and Matt Stafford of the Rams. Alrighty, we've got to randomize this elite company card. Appears we only did get 1 auto in the pack. I didn't even... Wow, realize that while going through that. That's really disappointing. Not the first time that's gonna happen. They get you with the on average. Or not the first time that's happened, and not the last time it's going to happen. 8 times on this one. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And that is going to the Raiders.
Raiders?
Yep. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers heading to Richard. Christian Barmore of the New England Patriots, and that is going to Andrew. Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Gabriel. Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers headed to Cynthia. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to be going to Tanner. Followed up by Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Cynthia. And then here we go, our cards. We've got the Elite deck, A.J. Brown. The rookie on deck, Elijah Moore. Elite deck, Jalen Hurts. And rookie on deck, Najee Harris. Najee Harris of the Steelers heading to Jake. Jalen Hurts of the Eagles going to Andrew. Elijah Moore of the New York Jets to Andrew. And then A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans to Mr. CEO. Hey, the best way to see that happen is use the 30% off code on it right there. Alrighty, let's look at these featured cards. Alright, we've got our 2 veteran cards. Our nice veteran hits the star status, Patrick Mahomes, the Justin Herbert out of 25. Starts in, so basically we have an older QB, a brand new QB, and then we have the Russ Elite 2001 throwback, Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson of the Jets to Andrew. Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Andrew. And Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Brad. To follow that up, we have the Moxie, Drew Lock, 23 out of 49 of the Denver Broncos going to Richard. And last but not least, we have the Redemptions, and it is a Pen Pals, Josh Palmer of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Brad. And with that, that is the end of break 1131. We will be right back from the hardwood. All right, we are back from the hardwood with some Select Hobby H2. And we need to do the randomization of our last keyword. So type believe in the chat. Type believe in the chat. Type believe in the chat. Believe in the chat. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is David N.
David with the top Series 2 baseball. Shane McCallahan, Ha-Sung Kim, Johan Ramirez, Lewin Diaz, Jonathan Aruz. Then we have Brian Reynolds, Cole Calhoun, followed up by Robbie Grossman, Corey Seager, out of 2001, Miguel Sanyo, Nathan Advili, I'm screwed that up, Brandon Belt, Jermaine Marquez, and Tejuan Walker. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1132. Break 1132. The Select Hobby Hybrid H2 One Boxer. Four packs in here. Let's see what we get. You know, I know autos are rare, but yesterday we pulled a one-on-one out of here. Yeah, I think they might have screwed up the bottom line's wrong. Break 1136 is Don Russ Elite. It's not Select Hobby Hybrid H2.
Okay.
I don't know what happened there. Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, Derrick Rose of the Knicks, Devonta Graham of the Hornets, the Disco Joe Ingles of the Utah Jazz. Thanks Haley for pointing that out. I'm not sure what happened there. Thank you. Of the Utah Jazz going to TK, Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, and Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers. I didn't notice that because it was so far along. I definitely would have when we got up there and the customer master file said that and everything else. So we have a Kira Lewis Jr. RC, Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans, and that is going to be headed to Tarisha, welcome to BreakTraders. Duncan Robinson of the Heat, the Disco Rui Hachimura of the Washington Wizards going to Michael. Followed up by the Emmanuel Quickly RC of the New York Knicks, and that is going to be going to New York Knicks, and that's going to Michael as well. Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks and Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons going to Michael. We have Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz, and then we have a courtside DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns. Courtside DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns going to Ben. Josh Okogie of the Timberwolves, a red Desmond Bane right there out of 49. And that is of the Memphis Grizzlies courtside RC, and that is going to TK, followed by Marvin Bagley of the Kings and Zeke Naji of the Nuggets. I saw the Immaculate is filled. We are getting that scheduled right now. That will go off after break 11:45. Anthony Davis of the Lakers, Lou Williams of the Hawks, the Disco Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns going to Ben, followed by Jason Tatum of the Celtics, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, and Cassius Winston of the Wizards. Alrighty. Well, let's run down these rooks, why don't we? We have Cassius Winston of the Washington Wizards going to Michael. The Disco Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns going to Ben. Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets heading to Michael. Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz going to TK. Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons headed to Michael. Emmanuel Quickly of the Knicks. That's silver, and that is going to be going to Michael as well. And then Kira Lewis Jr. of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Tricia. And now on to our featured cards in this break. Alrighty, our featured cards. We have one RC and one vet. We have the courtside DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns headed to Ben, and the Desmond Bane out of 49 red courtside RC of the Grizzlies going to TK. And there we go. That is the end of break 1132. 1132 is now over. Jack, so I mentioned it earlier when it filled. There was a computer issue, which is why it was active. So that won't be able to break until Wednesday of next week. That wasn't supposed to be active yet. Sorry about that. If you want, email us. We'll give you a refund. Otherwise, it'll break on Wednesday. I'm very sorry about that. Not sure how that occurred. There we go. That is the end of break 1132. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will get back with some of our Shopify breaks. Here we go. We are back with some select basketball. Pick your team. Dun dun dun. But first, we've got to do our next keyword TV show giveaway clue. Here we go. The keyword is abducted. Abducted. Let's see what we've got. X-Files by Kenneth is correct. And we have a Topps Series 2 baseball. Edwin Diaz, the Blue Jays, Zach Plesac, Enrique Hernandez, Garrett Cooper, Daniel Norris of Detroit, Randall Grishuk of the Toronto Blue Jays, Cedric Mullins of the Orioles, Bubba Starling of Kansas City, Kenley Jansen of the Dodgers, Corey Dickerson of Miami, Jazz Chisholm of the Marlins RC, Corbin Bruins of the Brewers, and then we have Luis Alexander Basabi of the Giants. There we go. Alrighty. There we go, and here we go. This is break 1101, the select one box pick your team. Alrighty, let's see what we've got here. Colin Sexton of the Cavs, Eric Bledsoe of the Pelicans, a Paul George unstoppable of the Clippers right there. A nice little Paul George unstoppable insert. Followed up by LeBron James Silver. LeBron James Silver of the Lakers. That Paul George of the Clippers going to Lucas. The Silver LeBron James to Adam. And then an Isaiah Stewart Premier Level RC of the Detroit Pistons going to Jonathan. We have an Aaron Naismith RC. Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics going to David, followed by John Well of the Rockets, Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Right there. And that is going to be going to Joey. And then here we go. We're going to have a nice little gold. Let's see what we've got. And that is going to be a gold Kenyon Martin Jr. RC. And that is 2 out of 10. And we're going to mag that up because we are very generous with our mags for sure. The 2 out of 10, Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets, going to Daniel. And we're going to follow that up with a Precious Achua Premier Level RC of the Miami Heat, going to Cynthia. We have Terry Rozier of the Hornets, Nikola Vukovic of the Bulls, and Isaiah Stewart RC of the Denver Nuggets, or Detroit Pistons, going to Jonathan. We have a filler, and underneath that, a silver James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors to Brooke, and a Christian Wood courtside of the Houston Rockets. Yeah, go fill that select NBA 1103. We have a James Weissman RC of the Golden State Warriors going to Brooke. Oleski Pukusevsky of the Oklahoma City Thunder headed to Joey. Followed up by Terry Rozier, silver of the Hornets. And then a Sadiq Bey RC of the Detroit Pistons. And that is going to Jonathan. And it looks like we're going to have a little memorabilia card here. And that is going to be Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets. Part of Mile High City right there. Going to Jax. We have CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers, and that is going to Steven, followed by Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, the LeBron James tricolor of the Lakers going to Adam, followed up by Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers. Ooh, we're going to have a die cut in here. We have Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs, the Pelicans, right? The Pelicans, Zion Williamson, followed up by an Isaac Okoro RC. Isaac Okoro RC of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Jax the Ripper. And here we go. I think it's going to be a purple die cut. A purple die cut, which means it's going to be out of 99. Let's see what we've got here. And that is going to be Jameis Ramsey. Jameis Ramsey of the Kings. And that is going to Mr. CEO. Followed up by Michael Porter Jr. of the Denver Nuggets. D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, a Cole Anthony RC of the Orlando Magic. Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, and that is going to Joey. LeBron James of the Lakers, a silver Oleski Pukusevsky of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Joey. Then we have Jaylen Brown of the Celtics. We have De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors. Malachi Flynn of the Raptors, followed by Caleb Martin of the Hornets. And that is going to be the Raptors going to Phil, and the Caleb Martin of the Hornets headed to Mr. CEO, followed by CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers. And then we're going to have an Emmanuel Quickley patch right there. Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks, the 25th overall pick, headed to Mr. CEO. Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that is going to Steven, followed by Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, Markelle Fultz of the Magic, a Theo Maledon red, white, and blue of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Joey, followed up by Drew Holiday of the Milwaukee Bucks. Then we have Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Jazz, Andre Drummond of the Lakers, Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia, followed up by a filler card, and under that filler we have this silver Nikola Vukovic of the Bulls, and then we have a Josh Green courtside RC of the Dallas Mavericks, and that is going to Tyler. He came in like a wrecking ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A nice LaMelo Ball select basketball, and that is going to be, or LaMelo Ball base right there. LaMelo Ball base. Getting started of the Charlotte Hornets to Mr. CEO. Nice solid hit on the Concourse style. Our first mellow in this select product. Cameron Johnson of the Suns, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, a lime green Duncan Robinson of the Miami Heat going to Cynthia, and that's out of 75. Followed by Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs going to Lucas. Alrighty, and last but not least, looking for an auto in this one, I believe. Josh Green, RC of the Dallas Mavericks, Danilo Gallinari of the Atlanta Hawks. Looks like we're going to have an out of 99 auto. Followed by an Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics headed to Dave. Then we go Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves. And here we go. It is going to be a Cole Anthony out of 99 auto of the Orlando Magic headed to Joey. Nice hit there with the last card in this break. And now, let's get rocking and rolling. We have Aaron Naismith of the Celtics going to Dave, followed by Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Tyler. Devin Vassell of the Spurs heading to Lucas. Followed up with Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat to Cynthia. The red, white, and blue Theo Maledon of the Thunder to Joey. Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Minnesota Timberwolves going to Steven. Caleb Martland of the Hornets to Mr. CEO. Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors to Phil. Oleksiy Pokusevski Silver of the Thunder heading to Joey. Cole Anthony of the Magic to Joey. Isaac Okoro of the Cavaliers to Jax. CJ Ellaby of the Trailblazers going to Steven. Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons to Jonathan. Oleksiy Pokusevski of the Thunder going to Joey. James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors heading to Brooke, followed by the silver James Weissman also heading to Brooke. Isaiah Stewart of the Pistons going to Jonathan. Precious Achiuwa of the Heat going to Cynthia. Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder heading to Joey. Aaron Naismith of the Celtics going to Dave, and Isaiah Stewart of the Pistons heading to Jonathan. And let's look at our featured cards. We have a featured vet. That's the playoff Paul George of the Clippers going to Lucas. And then some solid rookies. We have the courtside Josh Green of the Mavericks, The purple die cut out of 99, Jameis Ramsey of the Kings. Josh Green of the Mavs going to Tyler. Jameis Ramsey of the Kings going to Brett Diddley. Brett. And then he came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The base concourse LaMelo Ball of the Charlotte Hornets going to Mr. CEO. Let me see if I can. I think they might have already taken those away. Let me double check. LeBron James Silver is Premier. And I think he already took away the LeBron James tricolor because that's getting top loaded. And then here we go. We have the Emmanuel Quickly RC, the Jamal Murray RC right there. Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets going to Jax. Emmanuel Quickly of the New York Knicks to Mr. CEO. And then the out of 99 Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic going to Joey. That tricolor LeBron is also a premier level. And then, last but not least in this break, we have out of 10. A 2 out of 10 RC, a little gold RC right here of the Houston Rockets going to Daniel. It is Kenyon Martin Jr. Kenyon Martin Jr. And with that, we are done with break 1101. And we will be right back from BT Field. Alrighty, we are back, and before we get into this gold standard right now, we're going to do our keyword giveaway, the randomization of the keyword. The keyword is abducted. Drop abducted into the chat to win. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Adam V.
Adam getting the Mosaic Blaster right there. Lawrence Taylor, Chandler Jones, Von Miller, and Henry Ruggs III. To Adam right there. Alrighty. And with that, we all know what time is it. It is game time, aka the 11:45 gold standard card random time. We all know how these work, and if you don't, here we go. We're going to randomize the order of people first. John, we have the wrong list up there. I'll handle it. Sorry about that, folks. We will randomize the order of the people first, drop them in their card slots. We'll pull all the cards, and then we'll randomize the cards. 6 times on the randomization of the people. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alrighty. Here we go. Let's get started. No problem, Adam. Alrighty, let's see what we've got here. Let's see who we've got. Sorry, I'm missing my... there we go. First up, we have Eric Stokes. Eric Stokes, and that's going to be 25 out of 25 of the Green Bay Packers. And that is of the Green Bay Packers. Next up, we have got a Delvin Cook. Delvin Cook, and that is 29 out of 49. 29 out of 49 of the Minnesota Vikings. And on to our first memorabilia card, and it is going to be a Golden Pairs. Golden Pairs, and that is going to be Dak Prescott and Zeke Elliott. Zeke Elliott, and that's going to be 15 out of 299. The Golden Pairs, Dak Prescott, Zeke Elliott out of 299. Card number 4. Is going to be a Ramondre Stevenson. Ramondre Stevenson. And that is going to be out of 195 out of 299 of the New England Patriots. How about this? Anyone that enters the gold standard hit draft, at the end, we will do another random. We'll do a randomization, and if you we'll do a randomization, and we will give one person a refund on that. Or we'll do a randomization if you get one of the base cards, one of the 2 base cards that are in there, and you'll get a refund on that. If you potentially, depending on who's it in. Alrighty, our next one up is going to be a white gold Devin Singletary. And that is going to be 235 out of 299. 235 out of 299 right there. The white gold Devin Singletary, who apparently has looked pretty good against the Detroit Lions this evening. Our next one is going to be a Tylan Wallace. Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens. And that is going to be 85 out of 149. $89 out of 149 right there. And let's see what our last card is going to be. It is going to be a Jalen Waddle out of 125. Jalen Waddle, the triple patch, the rookie patch auto out of 125, and that's 124 out of 125. Alrighty. And there we have it, folks. That is the 7 cards. We have the Eric Stokes, 24 out of 25. Dalvin Cook, 29 out of 49. The Golden Pairs, Dak Prescott and Zeke Elliott, 15 out of 299. Ramondre Stevenson, 195 out of 299. The White Gold, Devin Singletary, 235 out of 299. The Tylan Wallace, 85 out of 149. And Jalen Waddle, rookie patch auto, 124 out of 125. Alrighty. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize these cards. Oh, that bopped out, so it doesn't count. 5 times. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alrighty. So the white gold Devin Singletary, which you'll see in the bottom left of the screen, the white gold Devin Singletary is going to be heading to Matthew. And then cards 2 and 3 are both going to Jax the Ripper. First we have the Dak Prescott, 15 out of 299. 15 out of 299 right there. And then the Dalvin Cook, 29 out of 49. 29 out of 49. Card number 4 going to Scott is going to be the Ramondre Stevenson. Ramondre Stevenson out of 299 of the New England Patriots. Next up, card number 5 going to Harry is Eric Stokes. Eric Stokes of the Green Bay Packers. Card number 6 going to be the Tylan Wallace auto going to Mark. Tylan Wallace auto going to Mark, and that is 85 out of 149. And last but not least, the last card is going to be the Jalen Waddle rookie patch auto, 124 out of 125. And with that, we are done with break 1145, the gold standard card random. The gold standard card random. Looks like we have one spot left in break 1103. Would love to see that get filled. Otherwise, we are going to be on quite the hiatus right here. Because we are up with our Immaculate Collegiate Football. Alrighty. Let's get ready to rumble. 6 cards. 4 solid ones in here from everything I'm hearing. 1138. 1138. Here we go. Break 1138, the 2021 Immaculate Collegiate Card Random that is open today. Let's release today. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize the members of the BT community that are in this break. 5 times. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alrighty. Card number 1 going to Kenneth. Card number 2 to Harry. Card number 3 to Chris. Card number 4 to Haley. Card number 5 to T-Man. And card number 6 to Harry. Dun dun dun. Harry, I'd just turn it on and let them have to listen to you. That's true. That is true. Alrighty, let's get ready to rumble! Dun dun dun. It is going to be out of 39, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings out of 39. Next up, we have Boom Shakalaka, Tylan Wallace. Tylan Wallace, and that is 4 out of 5. What a patch that is. Nice patch right there. Our next memorabilia. Oh, baby. This man right here. It's Deion Sanders, the prime time 1 out of 10. Deion Sanders out of 10 right there. Nice hit right there. And then, folks, I think it's time. That's who we've been waiting for. It is Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Introductions, 4 out of 10. Woo! 4 out of 10, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. Holy smokes is right. Next up, out of 99, Amon-Ra St. Brown. 59 out of 99 with the double colored patch and the on-card auto. And last but not least, it is going to be out of 99. It is Rashad Bateman with the, that looks like a, I have no idea what kind of patch that is, but that is the on-card auto as well. That looks like a shirt that he might have worn on at a bowl game or something. Who knows?
That's weird.
Alrighty. With that, let's see how many times we're going to randomize these players. And we're going to get funky with these dice this time. We're going to randomize it twice. Wow. It's definitely not a glove. Here we go. 1 and 2. Alrighty. Let's do this rundown. Rashad Bateman out of 99 of the Golden Gophers going to Kenneth. Then card number 2 going to Harry Hood is the 1 of 10 Primetime Deion Sanders. Primetime Deion Sanders. Then we have the card number 3 going to Chris. It is the 4 of 5 Tylan Wallace. 4 of 5 Tylan Wallace. And then card number 4 going to Haley is the out of 99 double color patch on card auto Amonra St. Brown. Next up, number 5, it is going to be Trevor Lawrence, 4 out of 10 of the 4 out of 10 Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to T-Man. And last but not least, card number 6, the 21 out of 39 Justin Jefferson headed to Harry. Alrighty, folks. With that, we are done with break 1138. It also seems like we are going to be taking an extended break. We will be back here One second, gentlemen. We are going to be taking an extended break. We will be back at 10:30. We will be back at 10:30 with break 1133. Alrighty, welcome to BreakTraders Late Night. Very excited about that. Little late night BreakTraders here for all of our West Coast friends. And we're going to get started here with a select basketball in just one moment. But first, we're going to do our first keyword for our next giveaway. Our first keyword clue for our next giveaway. How these keywords work is we'll put it in the chat and you'll have 1 minute to guess the TV show based on that keyword. John, are you ready?
I am ready.
John's ready, I'm ready. Wiretap is the keyword. We have 1 minute. Excuse me, sorry, I'm yawning there. Got a little tired with the break we had there. One minute to get in this. Still sitting with one spot left in the 2020-21 Select Basketball Hobby one box pick your team plus a random. There is one spot left. 188 is the Lakers. Get the Lakers for $188, and then you'll be able to get in on a randomization of the Timberwolves and Hornets. Alrighty. Alright, well, that is done. This is ready to go. Here we go, folks. 11:33, the Select Basketball one box pick your team. Let's see what we got. This pack feels a little thick right off the get-go. We have a filler in there. Then we have Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, a Saban Lee RC of the Detroit Pistons, and that's headed to Devin. Devin, welcome to BreakTraders. Followed up by Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Julius Randle of the New York Knicks. Julius Randle of the New York Knicks, and that's going to Michael. Silver right there. Followed up by Rui Hachimura of the Washington Wizards. We have Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, Facundo Campazzo of the Nuggets. This is break 11:33. Scott, I would suggest adjusting the settings on your YouTube. Facundo Campazzo of the Denver Nuggets going to Scott. Scott, that you are the Nuggets. This is break 11:33. RJ Barrett of the New York Knicks. And then a maroon or red? Which one is this going to be? A maroon die cut. Anthony Davis out of 175 right there. Of the Los Angeles Lakers going to Michael. All right. And then we have a Caleb Martin RC of the Charlotte Hornets going to Gilbert. Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors, Patrick Williams RC of the Chicago Bulls going to Mike. A lot of new customers in this break. All you customers can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. You could snag the Lakers in a select one box pick your team that we have up on the site. We have Chris Paul of the Suns, and then a Cole Anthony premier level of the Orlando Magic heading to Tingsy. We have Tyrese Tyrese Halliburton of the Sacramento Kings going to Jose, followed by Goran Dragic of the Heat, Sadiq Bey RC of the Detroit Pistons going to Devin, followed up by Brandon Ingram with the red and white and blue right there of the Pelicans heading to Steven, and a Jameis Ramsey RC of the Sacramento Kings to Jose. Fred VanVleet of the Raptors, Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, a Daniel Oturu RC of the Los Angeles Clippers headed to Renan, followed by a silver Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks. And then we have Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans RC with the courtside going to Steven. A nice courtside RC right there. Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics going to Jeremy right there, that RC. Then we're going to have of the Suns, Chris Paul, a Saban Lee RC, and that is going to be of the Detroit Pistons headed to Devin, and that is out of 149, followed by Eric Paschal of the Warriors going to Devin as well. And then here we go. It is going to be an Al Horford out of 49. Al Horford and 1 out of 49 of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Rachel. Rachel, welcome to BreakTraders. There you go. And we're halfway through this break. Thanks, Harry. Appreciate it. Steph Curry of the Warriors, Patty Mills of the Spurs. Here we go, an unstoppable Jason Tatum of the Celtics to Jeremy, followed by Luke Kennard, premium of the Clippers, and Joel Embiid, premier of the 76ers. RJ Hampton of the Orlando Magic going to Tingsy, followed by Rui Hachimura of the Wizards. Then we have a red, white, and blue Xavier Tillman RC of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Tingsy, followed by Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks headed to Michael. And here we go. It's going to be a Lakers auto, and it is Alex Caruso. Alex Caruso out of 99 of the Los Angeles Lakers headed to Michael. Not the Lakers auto you're looking for right there. Jason Tatum of the Celtics, a Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns, and that's going to be going to Jose. Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, a silver Draymond Green, and a courtside Bryn Forbes of the Milwaukee Bucks. That's going to be headed to Michael. And we have 3 packs left right here. We have Kenyon Martin Jr. RC of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to Tingsy, followed by Yusuf Nurk of the Blazers. Then we're going to have a Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, and then the light blue Tobias Harris out of 299, 3 out of 299 of the 76ers going to Jeffrey, followed up by Alex Caruso of the Lakers. Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers. We have a Killian Hayes RC. Killian Hayes RC of the Detroit Pistons headed to Devin. Followed up by a Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns. Red, white, and blue right there going to Jose. followed by Kobe White of the Bulls. And then the last hit here is going to be a Wesley Matthews X Factor of the Los Angeles Lakers. And that is out of 249. And here we go, the last pack in this one. 2 Lakers autos, but neither thrilling. But not going to complain with 2 autos. Draymond Green of the Warriors, followed by Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks, headed to Michael. Then we have Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, followed up by Eric Bledsoe of the Pelicans, and then Dante DiVincenzo of the Milwaukee Bucks. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down, shall we? We shall. It's going to be Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks, Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons, Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Rockets, Jalen Smith of the Suns, Obi Toppin again of the Knicks, Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies, R.J. Hampton of the Magic, followed by Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons. Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons out of 149, followed by Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics, Daniel Oturu of the Clippers. Then we have Jameis Ramsey of the Kings, Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons, Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings, followed up with that by Cole Anthony of the Magic, Patrick Williams of the Bulls, Caleb Martin of the Hornets, Facundo Campazzo of the Nuggets, and Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons. And let's grab these featured cards. First, we have our veteran hits. We have the Anthony Davis die cut, the maroon die cut Anthony Davis out of 175, and the unstoppable Jason Tatum of the Celtics. That die cut of the Lakers going to Michael and the Celtics going to Jeremy. Then we have the courtside Kira Lewis Jr. RC of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Steven. And we're going to follow that up with a Wesley Matthews X Factor auto, the Al Horford patch, and then the Alex Caruso out of 99. Alex Caruso out of 99. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 1133. We will be right back from BT Field. Alrighty, we are back from BT Field. We're getting ready for some Chronicles draft picks hobby. But first, we've got some teams to auction off. And before that, I'd love to give a little show of the website. Alrighty, so right here you see it's our teams in the red zone will always be in the top left corner. Right now we have the break 1103, the 2021 Select Hobby one box pick your team plus random. There we randomize the Hornets and the Timberwolves. You can get the Lakers for $188. And if you're new to BreakTraders, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. We also have a gold standard hit draft available. Would love to see that go tonight. We are actually doing 25% off all of our card randoms, pack randoms, and hit drafts. You see here some of our card randoms, and we're doing 25% off those using promo code 81325. Granted, only 2 or 3 of those are able to go tonight. I mean, look at that Court Kings. You could get a wild discount on that Court Kings basketball break right there. Alrighty. In addition, folks, you can always check out our calendar to see our upcoming shows. For example, next week on the 18th, you can see that we have the BreakTraders Daytime coming at you on Tuesday. Then the BT East Coast at 7:30 p.m. and the BT West Coast at 10:30 p.m. no show on Thursday, and then BT East Coast at 7:30 and BT West Coast late night at 10:30. Alrighty. And with that, we are back and we are going to auction off some teams. The first team we're going to auction off here is the Buffalo Bills. They have some strong rookies. We are going to start the bidding at $5. Start the bidding at $5 with increments of $1. 5 from Daniel. Five from Daniel. Folks, we do have a snake draft survey available. Let's start the countdown here first, though, and then we can talk a little bit about that. We're going to start a 30-second countdown. Any bids will automatically restart a 15-second countdown, and that will continue happening until there's no more bids for 15 seconds. Alrighty, Daniel, looks like you take it. Daniel takes the Bills for $5. Not a bad get right there. And next up, we have the Chiefs. Again, we will start the bidding for the Chiefs at $5 in increments of $1. Daniel, you can send your payment for the Bills right there. Or you can wait and see if you get the Chiefs, if you want the Chiefs as well. Matt has them for $5. $5 the current high bid for the Chiefs. This is the last team that's available for this break. Alrighty, we are going to start the 30-second countdown again. Any bid will then mean at the end of this 30 seconds it will trigger another 15 seconds, and that will continue until no one bids for 15 seconds. Seven from Sean, which means we are restarting a 15-second countdown right now. Alrighty, And Sean takes them. Sean, you know what to do. The link's in the chat. Great to see you, by the way. It's been a while. Alrighty, and we're going to run the randomization. So type wiretap in the chat. Type wiretap in the chat to be entered to win. Dan, if you still want those Packers tickets, those Bills Packers tickets, shoot me a message. No problem, Sean. All right, John, can we get a 10-second countdown here?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Haley.
Haley getting the Panini Contenders football. And folks, we can end the night with a snake draft. I did have to clear out all the responses, unfortunately, because someone got a little aggressive and put in about 8 straight responses in about a minute and a half because they were really hoping for a snake. But unfortunately, we need the actual numbers for the snakes as well. Darius Leonard of the Colts, George Kittle of the 49ers, Von Miller of the Broncos, Zay Jones of the Bills, the Patriots around numbers, Alvin Kamara of the Saints, and Nick Foles of the Jags, and David Johnson of the Kansas City Chiefs. How dare they is right. And now, because of that, you can vote for the snake, but it will be required to put your username in. Alrighty, in just 1 second, we will get this rocking and rolling. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1134. The Chronicles draft picks hobby. 6 packs, 8 cards per pack. Let's rock and roll. Here's a filler right there. We have Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals right there. Followed by Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills, who had a great first game with the Bills. Then we have Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns going to Kurt. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to BMWs. Then we have Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, followed up by Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins and Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And here we go. We have an auto, and it is going to be Dax Milne of the Washington Football Team going to Mark. Mark, welcome to BreakTraders. Thank you for joining us tonight. And we're on to the second pack in this break. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, going to BMWs, followed by Javian Hawkins. Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Harry. Then we have Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to be going to Cynthia, followed by Elijah Moore of the New York Jets going to Tim, followed up by Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, and that is going to Tim as well. We have Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Cynthia, and Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Tim. And then we have an auto, and it is going to be Dwame Brown of the Washington Football Team. Back-to-back Washington Football Team autos going to Mark. And we're on to our third pack. We have Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Franzen, followed by Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets to Tim. Then we have Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Harry, followed up by Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Tim. We had three website breaks go earlier in between the breaks. There's one more break available. One break filled, but we don't actually have that box in stock right now, so we will be breaking that on Wednesday. We have Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Daniel. Then we have Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills heading to Daniel, followed up by Justin Fields. Haven't seen him in a while, of the Chicago Bears going to Matt. And Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Kelvin. Brendan, great to hear that. We do have one break with one spot left. The Los Angeles Lakers are available in our Pick Your Team plus Random Select Basketball. We have Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Cynthia, followed up by Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is going to be going to Brad, followed up by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that is going to Franzen. We're going to have a thick card coming up, but first we have Tamarian Terry of the Seattle Seahawks, and that is going to Matthew. Matthew, welcome to
BreakTraders. All new members of BreakTraders can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off at checkout. Then we have the Denver Broncos, Tim. Denver Broncos, Tim getting that. Elijah Moore, or that's Patrick Surtain II, sorry about that. Then we have Elijah Moore of the New York Jets going to Tim as well. And then we have a blue Trevor Lawrence out of 99. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars out of 99 going to Eric. And here we go. We have a Trey Lance substantial rookie swatch. Trey Lance substantial rookie swatch to the San Francisco 49ers going to Kelvin. Alrighty. And here we go. 2 packs left in this break. We have Nico Collins. Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to Cynthia, followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Franzen. Then we have Michael Carter of the New York Jets, and that is going to be going to Tim as well. We have a filler right there, followed by Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Jake. And then we have a Mac Jones out of 49. Let's get that bad boy. Get those fireworks going. Mac Jones out of 49 of the Patriots going to Daniel. Then we have Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles and Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. I didn't realize that. I don't even know what he did. Haven't heard about that. And then here we go. It's another Origins auto. We've gotten quite a few Origins autos lately. This is Dylan Moses of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Eric. And on to our last pack in this one. We have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to BMWs, followed by Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Brad. Then we have Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, and that is going to Jake. Followed up by a Jalen Waddle out of 149 of the Miami Dolphins going to Tim. Then we have Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Franzen. No worries, Brendan. Followed by Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Harry. Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos headed to Tim. Welcome there. And then Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Going to Eric. Alrighty, let's run through our first round rookies. We have Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Eric. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Franzen. Jalen Waddle out of 149 of the Miami Dolphins heading to Tim. Then we have Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Brad. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that is going to Eric. Devonta Smith of the Eagles. Najee Harris of the Steelers headed to Jake. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Franzen. Followed up by Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos to Tim. Tamarian Terry of the Seahawks. Right? The Seahawks? Yes. Headed to Matthew. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. Devonta Smith of the Eagles. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers headed to Kelvin. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Matt. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Daniel. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets to Tim. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Harry. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Jamar Chase of the Bengals. Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Tim. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Harry. Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins. Jamar Chase of the Bengals. Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills headed to Daniel. And Jamar Chase of the Bengals. And now on to our featured cards. Out of 99 and out of 49, it is two quarterbacks from the Southern United States, but now one is the starting Jacksonville Jaguars. That is Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones of the New England Patriots. Mac Jones of the Patriots going to Daniel, and Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Eric. And now on to our autos. We have Dwame Brown and Dax Milne, both of the Washington football team, and then of Dylan Moses of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Dwame Brown and Dax Milne are going to be heading out to Mark with the football team, and Dylan Moses of the Jags going to Eric. And here we go. Is the Trey Lance Substantial Swatch. And that is the big card in that break of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to Kelvin. Alrighty, folks, and with that, we are done with break 1134. And we do have to take a quick break before we get back with Absolute Baseball, which is scheduled for 11:10. 11:10 right there. You know what? Let's not do too long of a break. We're just going to do a 3-minute break, and then we'll get back with a giveaway. Alrighty, we are back and we're about to get into some absolute baseball, but I think we got to do our next keyword giveaway. What would you say, John?
Sounds good to me.
Alrighty. Alrighty. If you're ready, I'm ready. And the keyword is Baltimore. The wire is correct. The wire is correct. Harry's got it. And we get Harry a nice little Sage Premier Draft. Daz Newsome, Jalen Waddle, DJ Daniel, Caleb Huntley, TJ Vasher, JC Horn, and Jalen Waddle. Alrighty. Well, with that, we still got a few minutes to kill. So type Baltimore in the chat. Make sure to type Baltimore in the chat. Alrighty, Johnny, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Matt Jackson.
Matt takes it on. Takes it down. Let's see what we've got for Matt. We have another Sage 2021 Premier Draft. I did pour a box in there maybe a week ago, so there's quite a few in there, I'm sure. Kerry Vincent, Jamar Watson, TJ Simmons, Trey McKitty with the next level auto, Thomas Graham, Brandon Stevens, and Sam Ellinger. If anyone wants to buy any Sage Premier Draft, I will sell it to you at cost. I should have realized when I got the price it was too good to be true. I didn't realize that it was unlicensed. Rookie move. Rookie mistake here. But you know what's not a rookie mistake? Doing some absolute baseball breaks, and that's because they usually hit some decent products. We've hit some absolute fire in absolute baseball. The last few breaks, we hit in Wednesday night's break, we hit in one box this, 2 kabooms. And then in yesterday, in the absolute break yesterday, we hit a Sammy Sosa kaboom. So kaboom goes the dynamite. And with that, here we go. This is break 1135, the 2021 Absolute Baseball One Box. Pick your team. We have Fernando Tatis Jr. of the Padres. Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres. and that is going to be going to Ashley, followed by Mike Yastrzemski of the Giants, DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees, Chris Bryant of the Cubs, Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox. We have Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics, and then we have Max Scherzer out of 99 of the Washington Nationals going to Brooks. Following that up, we have our first patches, and it is Seattle Mariner Donnie Walton out of 25. Out of 25. Right there. And on top of that, we now have a Dylan Carlson rookies auto. Dylan Carlson rookie auto, 34 out of 60. 34 out of 60 of the Cardinals. And that is going to be going to Zach. Zach, welcome to BreakTraders. And here we go on to our last pack of this one. And I promise you for next week's, the schedules are adjusted because there'll be another break after this one. But I can assure you we've adjusted the schedules so that is no longer the case. Miguel Cabrera of Detroit, Aaron Nola of the Phillies, Ken Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals, Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros, Jack Flaherty of the Cardinals, Jacob deGrom out of 199 of the New York Yankees. Then we have a Power Jim Thome of Cleveland, and a statistically speaking Washington of the Washington Nationals. That's Max Scherzer. Alrighty, and here we go. A Tools of the Trade, and that's going to be Adam Wainwright of the St. Louis Cardinals, headed to Zach. And our next card, and the last card in this pack, is going to be a Josh Fleming auto. Josh Fleming out of 33 out of 35 of the Tampa Bay Rays. And that is going to Harry. Nice hit right there. Or 35 out of 35. Sorry, I misspoke. Alrighty, let's run down some of these cards. We have the statistically speaking Max Scherzer out of 149 of the Washington Nationals going to Brooks. Followed by the Power Jim Thome of the Cleveland Guardians going to Brooks as well. And then our numbered, we have the 25 out of 99 Max Scherzer of the Nationals to Brooks, and Jacob deGrom of the New York Mets going to Cynthia out of 199. And here we go. It is time for our memorabilia and autos. We have the Adam Wainwright non-numbered Tools of the Trade. Tools of the Trade right there. Then we have out of 60, the Dylan Carlson auto. Out of 60, Dylan Carlson auto right there. Followed up by an out of 35 Josh Fleming auto and a out of 25 Donnie Walton patches. The Adam Wainwright of the Cardinals going to Zach. Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals to Zach. Josh Fleming of Tampa Bay to Harry. And the Seattle Donnie Walton out of 25 is going to Harry as well. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 1135. Our next break is not scheduled until 11:30, so we will be taking a 12-minute break. A 12-minute break because we are going to have some teams to auction off, and then we will be back. We will see you in 12 minutes. Alrighty, we are back with some Russ Elite. Some Russ Elite right here. We've got some teams to auction off. So let's rock and roll on these teams. We're going to start with the Arizona Cardinals. We are going to start the auction and start the bidding it for them at $5, and it will go up in increments of $1. 6 from Brad. 8 from Mr. CEO. Those broke, wow, those broke like 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. Brad with 9. Brad with 9. Do we have 10 for the Cardinals? Alrighty, we are going to start the countdown with 30 seconds on the timer. 30 seconds on the timer. And any bids in the 30 seconds will then restart a 15-second timer afterwards. And then every time there's a bid in that period, we'll do another 15-second timer, and the bidding will end when there's no bids in the final 15-second timer. Alrighty, and Brad gets them for 9. Brad, you can drop the link in the, or drop your payment at the link in the chat. And then the next team we have is the Cincinnati Bengals. The bidding for that will start at $5 and go up in increments of $1. I'm confused what you mean by post on the eBay. If you purchased it via eBay, it said what time the break was right in the eBay. 15 from Mr. CEO for the Bengals, right in the eBay description. Then, if you depending on when you paid, we sent out invoices this morning with the schedule and the times, and then also sent out an email at noon to everyone who was who's on our mailing list, and that includes every new eBay participant with the timing as well. You can scroll back probably about a couple hours. The individual breaks themselves will be posted tonight. This break number is 1136. 1136. Mr. CEO has the Bengals for $15, and we will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. And remember, all right, Mr. CEO, I apologize for the confusion. eBay just sent us the notification for the Bengals, and since Nicholas, who is the Bengals, is here, we are canceling the bid auction for the Bengals. Nicholas, we normally do not do that. Just so you know. Just pay the $9 for the Cardinals, Brad. Just pay the $9 for the Cardinals. Just so you know, Nicholas, we have in the description and then in our invoices, we ask to receive payment an hour ahead of the break, just to avoid situations such as this. Alrighty,
Well, in the meantime, we'll do our next keyword giveaway while we wait to receive the payment, and then we have to get this updated with Nicholas's information. Alrighty. The keyword is lawn. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids is incorrect. Mad Men, incorrect. Edward Scissorhands, incorrect. Shameless, incorrect. I didn't know Edward's... We're doing TV shows, just an FYI. I don't know if Edward Scissorhands, that might be a TV show too. I'm not quite sure.
I thought that was a movie.
I thought so too, but... Alright, show giveaway guessing has ended. I will check to make sure we've received payment, and then we will get started. All right, we have payment. We have liftoff. Here we go. This is break 1136, the 2021 Russ Elite one box. Pick your team. Show guessing has ended. We have DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Matt Stafford of the Rams, a rookie on deck, Justin Fields. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Haley, followed up by Joe Burrow of the Bengals and Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins. Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Von Miller of the Broncos. Then we have Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Nicole. Nicole, welcome to BreakTraders. Aaron Jones of the Packers and Quinnen Williams of the Jets. And if you're new to BreakTraders like Nicole, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Julian Edelman of the Patriots, DJ Moore of Carolina, Miles Sanders of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Jesse, followed up by Myles Garrett of the Browns and Justin Herbert of the Chargers. We do have what's called snake drafts. You can let us know which product you would like to snake this evening, and we would be willing to snake it for you. Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, Marquise Hollywood Brown of the Ravens, a rookie elitist Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Jesse, followed by Matt Ryan of the Falcons and Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. James Robinson of the Jaguars. Then we have Brian Urlacher of the Bears. Then we have a Randy Moss Spellbound of the Minnesota Vikings out of 349.
And that is going to Haley, followed by Taylor Heineke of the Washington Football Team and Brandon Cooks of the Houston Texans. We have Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Aaron Donald of the Rams, Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos. Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Carl. Followed up by Jimmy Garoppolo of the 49ers and T. Higgins of the Bengals. Devin White of the Buccaneers, John Elway of the Broncos. We have Patrick Jones, the Russ Elite. Patrick Jones, the second of the Minnesota Vikings. Followed up by Michael Strahan of the Giants and Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers. Right now, we only have 2 people interested in snakes. We have Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Teddy Bridgewater of the Carolina Panthers. Then we have Julio Jones. Whoo, baby! A Julio Jones status out of 11 of the Atlanta Falcons right there. The 2001 throwback down Russ Elite. And you know we're magging that bad boy because we are mag happy here at BreakTraders. Followed by Sam Darnold of the Panthers and Khalil Mack of the Chicago Bears. Henry Ruggs of the Raiders, Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers. Then we have Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints. Ian Book of the Saints headed to Cynthia, followed by Joey Bosa of the Chargers and Calvin Ridley of the Falcons. Mark Brunell of the Jaguars. Yeah, Adam, if you want to snake any of the, or personal any of those that are up there, just multiply it by and I'll do the personal and we can even run the snake for you if you want. Then we have the Elite Company, Mac Jones right there. We'll randomize that at the end, sadly. Followed by Dalvin Cook of the Vikings and Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. And then here we go. Our turn of the century auto is going to be Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants heading to Cynthia. Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers, Drew Lock of the Broncos, the rookie on deck, Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Madison in their first break. Then we have Trey Wright of the Bills and Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. Daniel, I apologize about that. I hate those cards for those exact reasons. Because whenever you have the multiple, you have to randomize it. It's definitely maybe a policy will look to change in the future. I mean, luckily that card's probably worth like 2 cents. Tua of the Dolphins, Luke Kuechly of Carolina, a spellbound Patrick Mahomes out of 25 of the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs going to Isaac. Daniel, I do feel bad. It's just that's kind of how we've always done things. It's definitely something I will be looking at though, because I'll just have to start trying to figure out the dual cards and certain breaks ahead of time. Chase Young of the Washington Football Team and Joe Namath of the Jets. I will be cheering for you to win the randomization though. I do love to see that. And sometimes, depending on who the other people are, we've seen them just be like, hey, just give it to the person who's the main card. Drew Brees of the Saints, Jerry Rice of the 49ers, the Ascension of the Packers, followed by David Montgomery of the Bears and Keenan Allen of the Chargers. Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, TJ Watt of the Steelers, a Devonta Smith out of 99 of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Jesse. Then we have Kyler Murray of the Cardinals and Randy Moss of the Vikings. And we have 6 packs left right here. Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys. And then boom goes the dynamite. We have Dwame Brown of the Washington football team going to Jordan. Followed by an Elite deck, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Isaac. Ryan Tannehill of the Titans and DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions. Saquon Barkley of the Giants. Followed up by an Elite deck, Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. Then we have Nick Bosa of the 49ers and Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. And then here we go, our memorabilia. It's going to be a Spark Plugs, Justin Herbert Spark Plugs of the Chargers going to Bobby. 1 second, folks. Then we have Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals, Jalen Ramsey of the Rams, a Myles Garrett out of 95. Myles Garrett out of 95 of the Browns going to Cynthia. Followed up by Joe Montana of the 49ers and Aaron Rodgers of the Packers. And we have 3 packs left. A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans, Barry Sanders of the Lions. We have Chris Evans of the Bengals. Chris Evans of the Bengals going to Nicholas. Jamal Adams of the Seahawks and Nick Chubb of the Browns. Tom Brady of the Patriots, Joe Mixon of the Bengals, Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Mr. CEO, Brian Dawkins of the Eagles, and Julio Jones of the Falcons. And now on to our last pack. Just like free bins. Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, Daniel Jones of the Giants, a 2001 throwback of Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts going to Cynthia, followed by Jared Goff of Detroit and George Kittle of the 49ers. Alrighty, folks. Here we go. We'll do this randomization. Randomization of this Elite Company card right here. And as I said, this may be something we will look at next year on this product for sure. Because I do hate randomizing it, but that's how we started doing it, and therefore we're going to continue that through for this product. All right, this is between the Patriots, the Eagles, the Jets, and the Dolphins. We're going to randomize that 8 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And it's going to the Patriots. There we go. Daniel has it. Boom, shakalaka. There we go, Daniel. All right, and let's run our rookies down. We have Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams headed to Mr. CEO, followed by Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Nicholas. Devonta Smith out of 99 of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Jesse. Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints headed to Cynthia. Patrick Jones II of the 2001 Throwback Edition of the Vikings going to Haley. Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos to Carl. The rookie elitist Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Jesse. And then Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Nicole. And now on to our featured cards. But before that, let's play some poker. We have our elite deck, Josh Jacobs. The rookie on deck, Justin Fields. The elite deck, Tom Brady. And the rookie on deck, Travis Etienne. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Madison. Tom Brady of the Buccaneers going to Isaac. Justin Fields of the Bears to Haley. And Josh Jacobs of the Raiders going to Mark. Alrighty. Our two veterans here, we have the Spark Plugs, Justin Herbert, and the Spellbound Patrick Mahomes. Spellbound Patrick Mahomes out of 25. And the Spark Plugs, Justin Herbert, that's going to Bobby and Marla. And the Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs are going to be heading to Isaac. Thought up, we have two rookie autos. We have the first round pick, Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants headed to Cynthia, and Dwame Brown of the Washington football team headed to Jordan. And then last but not least, we have our mag, and it is a 6 out of 11, and that is Julio Jones. Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons. And that is going to be going to Jesse. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of the break, 11:36. We will be right back from the hardwood. We are back from the hardwood for the Prism T-all break. Thank you for that, Mr. CEO. Thank you for that, Mr. CEO. I just magged up that Mahomes because I saw your note. So I'm sure they appreciate you being on top of that. That's the one negative about not having a commentator with me anymore, is that I don't have someone to look up those values right away. All right, speaking of valuation, how are y'all going to value the Knicks in this Prism T-all break? Because right now, we are going to auction them off. The bidding will begin at $5 in increments of $1. $20 for Mr. CEO, and he values them highly. I would love to see the Knicks be good. Like, I think they were 4 seed this year. Like, let's keep them moving. Let's keep it moving up. I'd love to see like the Nets and Knicks just be an absolute battle for the Eastern Conference, which is going to be tough with Giannis there, but. All right, we're going to start the countdown. Anytime, if we get any bids during the countdown, we then reset to a 15-second countdown. We continue those countdowns until no one bids in the 15 seconds.
All right, Jax with 25, which means we'll be redoing the countdown right now. 15 seconds on the clock. CEO with 30. Jax with 35. 15 seconds is on the clock. Are we going to have another countdown? 38 by Mr. CEO triggers another countdown. And that has begun. $45 from Jax for the Knicks here in this Prism T-all. And that triggers a new countdown. 50 from Mr. CEO triggers the new countdown here. $55 from Jax triggering a new countdown. $60 from CEO triggers a new countdown. $70 from Jax triggers a new countdown. $75 from CEO triggers a new countdown. $85 from Jax triggers a new countdown. This is wild stuff here tonight. Loving it. All right, the countdown is complete. Jax, you know what to do. Drop your PayPal or drop your payment to the PayPal link in the chat. In the meantime, folks, type lawn in the chat. Lawn in the chat. Because it did start again. What do you here, let me show, I'll show you. I can show you right here. 1 second, folks. So we had 10 seconds left. Well, 75 with a 15-second count.
I don't see an 88 from Mr. CEO.
I do not see that in there at all. We have 85 from Jax, got down to countdown complete. 15 then we restarted it. 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, countdown complete. And that was it. That's why it didn't restart. We don't have 88 from you at all.
I see the picture from you, but unfortunately we can only go what's based off of our system, and we've got it up on 3 different screens. I've got it up on a restream chat to right here, right there in front of me, and then I have the actual YouTube, which I'm showing you right there, and then John has a YouTube on his, and Dan has one on his. So
That's weird. So he sent 88 and it just never got to us?
yeah, it's showing on his screen. So I apologize about that, Mr. CEO.
Wow.
All right, John, can we get a countdown for long?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Ramil Reyes.
Ramil getting the Father's Day Panini pack. Ramil Reyes. And Ramil, there'll be some instructions in the chat to get us your information. We have a Mac Jones right off the bat, and then Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets, and of course your Father's Day gift pack. You know what? While we have the stock pack out, we're gonna pull a pack for Mr. CEO due to those issues, that YouTube issue. And we've got an Upper Deck hockey for Mr. CEO. Alex DeBrincat, William Carlson, Jonathan Berner, Jonathan Zucker, Ryan O'Reilly, Anis Kopitar, Brandon Tanev, and Mark Stone. Going to Mr. CEO. Yeah, no, I saw your picture. That's super weird. Why it didn't come through to us. I'm trying to think if 88 has some bad meaning and they're filtering it out, but I'm not sure. Alrighty, we have received payment, so here we go. This is break 1137, the 2021 Prism T-all one box. Pick your team. 12 packs in here, 5 cards per box. There's some very cool Asia exclusives in here. Alrighty. We have Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Kings, LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs. Following him, we have Devin Booker with the base Blue Wave Prism right there. Devin Booker with the Asia exclusive. Then we have a Daniel Oturu ORC of the Los Angeles Clippers. That Devin Booker of the Suns going to Ramil, and Daniel Oturu of the Clippers heading to Thomas. Thomas, welcome to BreakTraders. A lot of new faces in this break. All y'all can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order. Nikola Vukovic of the Magic, Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Marquise Chris of the Golden State Warriors, Yusuf Nurkic, the Prism Blue Wave, the Asia exclusive of the Trailblazers, heading to Jordan. Then we have Tyler Hero of the Heat. We have Alfred Payton of the Knicks, Matisse Thybulle of the 76ers, a Asia exclusive Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers going to Thomas, followed by Cassius Winston RC of the Washington Wizards heading to Thomas as well. And Bryn Forbes of the Spurs right there. We're all crazy sometimes when it comes down to a matter of principle. Marcus Smart of the Celtics, Derek White of the Spurs, the Aaron Baines Asia exclusive of the Suns going to Ramil, Russell Westbrook of the Rockets, and Marc Gasol of the Raptors. I'm excited for this next break, I'll tell you that. We have TJ Warren of the Indiana Pacers, Hassan Whiteside of the Trailblazers, Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, Seth Curry, Blue Wave of the Asia exclusive. Then we have Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Chris. And we're about to be halfway through this. De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Dylan Brooks of the Grizzlies, Jay Crowder of the Miami Heat, a silver Lauri Markkanen of the Chicago Bulls, and then Andre Drummond of the Cavs. Like today, for example, finished up, I walked 9 holes at Durand Eastman here in Rochester, which is an extremely hilly course. It was about 91 degrees out, incredibly humid, and I was playing against my brother and best friend. Cody Zeller of the Hornets, Miles Bridges of the Hornets, a Blue Wave Torrey Craig of the Denver Nuggets going to Gerald, the Devin Vassell RC of the Spurs right there. Devin Vassell of the Spurs going to Kawhi, and Caleb Martin of the Hornets. I will do 25% off that break. 25% off that break. I'll drop the discount in the chat right after this break. So I'm playing against them, and I lose the first 9. And I didn't want to keep going because I was walking and they were riding, and it's super hilly and I was exhausted. But as a matter of principle, I was like, screw it, I'm going to keep walking. Eric Gordon of the Rockets, Karis Levert of the Nets, and Fernie Hardaway of the Magic. The Blue Asia exclusive of the 76ers going to Thomas, and then Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors going to Tim. And then I decided, and then I continued walking and ended up losing the second 9 too. But I was crazy walking like that. I've probably lost 10 pounds out there. It was 95 degrees out, or 91 degrees out, super humid, and I walked 20,000 steps through the round. D'Anthony Melton of the Grizzlies, Jordan Clarkson of the Jazz, Stephon Gilmore of Golden State Warriors, the Asia exclusive Elijah Hughes of the Utah Jazz going to Janet. Then we have Harry Giles III of the Kings. We have Dwight Powell of the Mavs, Ersan Ilyasova of the Bucks, Vince Carter of the Raptors, a blue Emmanuel Mudiay of the Jazz going to Janet, followed up by Denny Avdija of the Wizards. Denny Avdija of the Wizards going to Thomas. And we got 2 packs left. Dwayne Bacon of the Hornets, Jeremy Lamb of the Pacers, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, the silver Thomas Bryant of the Washington Wizards, Thomas Bryant from right here in Rochester going to Thomas, and James Johnson of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And on to our last pack here. Derek Jones of the Heat, Shake Milton of the 76ers, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, a Marvin Bagley Gold of the Sacramento Kings headed to Jack, and then Oleksiy Pokusevski of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and that is going to be going to Chris. Alrighty. Here are our Asia exclusive veterans. We have Emmanuel Mudiay of the Jazz, Al Horford of the 76ers, Torrey Craig of the Nuggets, Seth Curry of the Mavs, Aaron Baines of the Suns, Yusuf Nurkic of the Trailblazers, and Devin Booker of the Suns. And our rookie rundown. Oleksiy Pokusevski of the Thunder, Denny Avdija of the Wizards, the blue Elijah Hughes of the Jazz, Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors, Devin Vassell of the Spurs, Theo Maledon of the Thunder, Cassius Winston of the Washington Wizards, Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers Asia exclusive, and Daniel Toro of the Clippers. Alrighty. And with that, we are done with break 1137. Give me about 1 minute. 1 minute. We'll be right back with the Crown Royal break. And there'll also be a discount code for the Lakers, 25% off of them to get that to close tonight. And that'll just be a mean rush to whoever can check it out the fastest. Alrighty. We'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back with the Crown Royal, and right now I'm gonna put the code right here. Actually, I'm gonna put it in the chat. I don't know why I'm doing that. Alright, 25% off the Lakers in break 1103. Code is boom. Whoever gets that first will fill that spot. Alrighty. In the meantime, we've got a three-team random to do. A three-team random. I'm excited about this. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 863, the 2020-2021 Crown Royal 3-team random. Let's see how many times we're gonna randomize this. Wow, it's been a night. There we go, 4 times on the randomization. Bang, there we go. And we will let this run through one time before we get into this break. In the big teams, Joseph gets the Hornets, and the Timberwolves go to Jen. Alrighty. Here we go. Still waiting to see that select break close. Did it? Oh, perfect. Let's get that on the schedule and get that bad boy loaded. Here we go. Alrighty. We have Miles Turner of the Pacers Miles Turner of the Indiana Pacers going to Ramon, followed by Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat. Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat going to Jen. Then we have Nikola Vukovic of the Orlando Magic, and that is going to be heading to Jen as well. Followed by Patrick Williams. Patrick Williams of the Bulls RC, and that is going to be going to Brendan. Alrighty. Now we're going to have a Ben Simmons of the 76ers. Ben Simmons of the 76ers right there. And that is going to be going to Mr. CEO. I want to say that's the gold foil, but it doesn't seem right because there's a second one, and it's going to be a rookie, and that is Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics. Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics RC right there. And that is going to be going to Jen as well. Then we're going to have a redemption. Crystal bronze. Got it. They just don't have those listed in the appendix. And here we go. The redemption is going to be a rookie silhouettes Malachi Flynn. Rookie silhouettes Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors heading to Jen. And last but not least, heirs to the throne, heirs to the throne. That is going to be a Precious Achua out of 25. The heirs to the throne. Nice hit right there. Let's take a look at that value. Oh, wow. Very disappointing in terms of that value. Alrighty. Well, let's run through these cards one time. Our veterans, we have the bronze, Ben Simmons of the 76ers to Mr. CEO. Nikola Vukovic of the Magic going to Jen. Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat heading to Jen. Miles Turner of the Pacers going to Ramon. Then we have the bronze Peyton Pritchard RC of the Boston Celtics, and that is going to be going to Jen. Followed by a Patrick Williams RC of the Chicago Bulls, and that is going to Brendan. And then we have our two memorabilias. We have the redemption Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors headed to Jen, and the heirs to the throne Precious Achua of the Miami Heat going to Jen as well. And with that, folks, we are done with break 863. We're done with break 863, and we will be back in one moment with break 1103. We are back with break 1103, and we're going to get right into this one. Here we go. Break 1103, the select one box pick your team plus random. So we're going to first randomize the two teams. We will first randomize the two teams, and then we will randomize the people to figure out who's going to be who, or who's going to get which of those two teams. And here we go. We're randomizing them 8 times. The Hornets and the Timberwolves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alrighty, so it's going to stay right in the order that it was at the beginning, alphabetical. The Hornets and the Timberwolves right there. And now we have to do a randomization of the members of the Break Trader community in this break. And how this works is we'll randomize it as many times, and then the top 2 will be matched up. Alrighty, let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. Bounced out, doesn't count. Bounced out again, doesn't count. There we go, 7 times on that randomization. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Mr. CEO with the Hornets and Phil with the Trailblazers. I'm getting the teams loaded right now, and then we will rock and roll. Alrighty. Here we go. Appears to be the last break of the evening. Five cards per pack, 12 packs per box. Let's get started. Davis Bertrands of the Wizards, Emmanuel Quickly RC of the New York Knicks going to Ben, followed by Bam Adebayo of the Heat, a silver CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Steven, and then PJ Washington Jr. of the Hornets. Next up, this one feels a tad thick. And it's thick with reason. Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs, Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, a red, white, and blue Dante DiVincenzo of the Milwaukee Bucks headed to Michael. Then we have Harrison Barnes of the Sacramento Kings. Harrison Barnes of the Sacramento Kings to wrap up that pack. Except that is not wrapped up because we have an RJ Hampton, the 24th overall pick of the Orlando Magic, going to Phil. D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Cole Anthony RC of the Magic headed to Phil. Then we have Onika Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks going to Jordan. Following that up, we have a filler card, and underneath that is a silver Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers, followed by a courtside Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors. That Tyrese Maxey of the Sixers to Mr. CEO. Kyle Lowry of the Raptors going to Melo. On to our next card right here. Bojan Bogdanovic of the Jazz, Andre Drummond of the Lakers. Followed by an Alexei Pukusevsky of the Oklahoma City Thunder, red, white, and blue going to Mr. CEO. Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans. And then we're going to have an auto, and it is going to be a Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls, and that is out of 249. And that is going to Daniel. Terry Rozier of the Hornets, a James Wiseman RC of the Golden State Warriors going to Brooke, followed up by Brendan Ingram of the Pelicans, Nikola Vukovic of the Bulls going to Dan, and then Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers heading to Steven. We have Zach LaVine of the Bulls, Devin Vassell of the Spurs. Devin Vassell of the Spurs headed to Lucas. Bojan Bogdanovic of the Hawks. Woo-wee! A red out of 175. Die cut Kira Lewis Jr. of the Pelicans going to Jax. Love those die cuts. And then we have Sekou Doumbouya of the Detroit Pistons heading to Mr. CEO. And we have 6 packs left, including this one. He came in like a mellow ball. That's the LaMelo Concourse at 1 for Mr. CEO of the Charlotte Hornets. Right there. And then we have a Cam Johnson of the Suns. And underneath that, we have an unstoppable Devin Booker, also of the Suns, going to Cody. Nice card right there. Followed up by an Aleksej Pokusevski silver of the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then a Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets. Zeke Naji of the Nuggets. And that is going to be going to Mr. CEO. 5 packs left in this break. Josh Green RC of the Dallas Mavericks, and we are going to Tyler, followed by Danilo Gallinari of the Hawks, a Therese Maxey RC of the 76ers. And that is going to Mr. CEO. Right there. And here we go. We have a very solid courtside right here. Just trying to figure out which one this is first. Alrighty. Out of 25, it is the Derrick Rose tie-dye courtside of the New York Knicks. Going to Ben. Cool looking card for sure. Could have used a better player with that. Brook Lopez of the Bucks. There's a few other Knicks that I might rather have than Derrick Rose, but Colin Sexton of the Cavs, Eric Bledsoe of the Pelicans, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Brendan Ingram of the Pelicans. That's going to be headed to Jax, followed up by Drew Holiday of the Bucks. We have Aaron Naismith of the Celtics. Aaron Naismith of the Celtics going to Matthew. John Wall of the Rockets. John Wall of the Rockets headed to Dan. Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies going to Michael. Then we have a filler followed by a Nikola Vukovic silver and a Udoka Azubuike courtside rookie of the Utah Jazz to Mr. CEO. 2 packs left here. Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves. Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves headed to Phil. Followed up by Pascal Siakam of the Raptors. A silver courtside DeAndre Hunter. Getting a lot of courtsides tonight. And that is of the Atlanta Hawks going to Jordan. followed by a Sadiq Bey RC of the Detroit Pistons. And then possibly our last memorabilia. It is going to be out of 99. That is Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards going to Jake. Bradley Beal of the Wizards headed to Jake. And we're on to our last pack in this break, 1103. De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Malachi Flynn RC of the Toronto Raptors heading to Millo. Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, a lime green Mitchell Robinson of the New York Knicks going to Ben. Followed up by a Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards going to Jake. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards headed to Jake. Followed up by Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors going to Mello. Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons to Mr. CEO. Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves to Phil. A courtside Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz to Mr. CEO. Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies. Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies going to Michael. Aaron Naismith of the Celtics going to Matthew. Aaron Naismith of the Boston Celtics to Matthew. Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers to Mr. CEO. Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Tyler. Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets going to Mr. CEO. The Silver Oleski Pukusevsky of the Thunder to Mr. CEO. Devin Vassell of the Spurs. Devin Vassell of the Spurs going to Lucas. James Weissman of the Warriors headed to Brooke. Oleski Pukusevsky of the Thunder to Mr. CEO. A silver Tyrese Maxey to Mr. CEO. Aneka Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks heading to Jordan. Cole Anthony of the Magic going to Phil. CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers silver going to Steven. And then Emmanuel Quickley of the Knicks heading to Ben. And with that, we're on to our featured cards. Our featured veterans, we had the courtside Kyle Lowry, the unstoppable Devin Booker, and the tie-dye Derrick Rose. Right there, Kyle Lowry of the Raptors to Melo, Devin Booker of the Suns going to Cody, and Derrick Rose of the New York Knicks to Ben. Then we have two rookies. We have the Kira Lewis Jr. red die cut, or maroon die cut, because that's out of 175 of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Jax. And then he came in like a mellow ball. Going to Mr. CEO. The base concourse LaMelo Ball headed to Mr. CEO. And then we had another veteran. This one, Bradley Beal, and that is 7 out of 99 of the Washington Wizards going to Jake. And then our two rookies to wrap it up. Out of 99, we have the RJ Hampton patch of the Magic, and out of 249, we have the Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls going to Daniel. And with that, folks, that is the end of break 1103, and we will be right back. Alrighty, folks, we are back, and that is a wrap to this week. A great week back from vacation. We appreciate all of you with us, and now we're going to do something a little new with BreakTraders. But first, before we get to that, let me tell you, next week, our shows are Tuesday at noon, Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m., and Friday at 7:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. We have Panini Elements that's supposed to drop next week, barring any
barring any issues. You never can be too sure with that. In addition to the Panini Elements, we have some Spectra Basketball and Immaculate Baseball dropping on Friday. And speaking of baseball, let's get into our mags of the week. Our mags of the week. We have the Christian Javier out of 10, 1 out of 10 auto right there from Absolute Hobby Baseball. We have the Braxton Garrett 9 out of 10. Braxton Garrett 9 out of 10 of the Absolute Hobby Baseball. Then we had the Joey Votto, some Joey Votto, and that's going to be 2 out of 25 of the Absolute Hobby Baseball as well. And then holy kaboom goes the dynamite. We have the Bryce Harper kaboom, the Sammy Sosa kaboom, and then the Juan Soto kaboom, all pulled from Absolute Baseball this week. And there we have it with our baseball mags. We'll be right back with some basketball. Alrighty, we are back with some basketball for everyone. First, we have 2 die cuts that we magged up here. Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, and that's the gold 7 out of 10, and Anthony Edwards out of 249 right there. Followed up by a lot of low numbers. We had the 2 out of 10 Kenyon Martin gold rookie. The 10 out of 10 Nikola Jokic gold patch, and then the out of 10 James Weissman auto, all from Select Basketball. But that wasn't it from basketball. We also decided to pull a 1 of 1 Peyton Pritchard. 1 of 1 Peyton Pritchard. That was from Select Hobby Hybrid H2. What a heck of a pull from that box. And that was a really great basketball breaks over the course of the week. It was fun getting into Select. But you know, still first in my heart is some of our football. And we'll dive into that. We had quite a few different hits this week that I'm pretty happy with, and I think you would be too. We have the Derrick Henry and the Von Miller die cuts, both out of Donruss Elite. Then we're going to drop into what's one of our veterans, and that's going to be a Julio Jones out of 11. Julio Jones out of 11 of the Atlanta Falcons, and a spellbound Patrick Mahomes out of 25 that came at you from Donruss Elite. And then, you know, we got that case hit, that Lamar Jackson in Playmakers case hit. But that wasn't enough. We did get you some rookie running backs too. We had Javonte Williams, the 1 of 1 Javonte Williams, and the 6 of 10 Trey Sermon. 6 of 10 Trey Sermon, both of those coming at you from Chronicles. And then we had a whole heck of a lot of rookie QBs for you. We had the Trey Lance out of 25. Followed up by the Mac Jones turn of the century auto right there out of 75. Then out of 49, we have the Justin Fields in flight auto. And then we had the Zach Wilson Black Pen Pals. The Zach Wilson Black Pen Pals right there to wrap that one up. But wait, there is more, because we got into some immaculate football, collegiate football tonight, and we pulled a 4 of 5 bowl patch Tylan Wallace. A 4 of 5 bowl patch Tylan Wallace tonight. That was a very, 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 very nice hit. And then last but not least, the biggest hit possibly of the week, the 4 out of 10 Immaculate Collegiate Football Trevor Lawrence. And with that, folks, that is our weekly wrap up. We are done for the week. Thank you so much to all of you out there in the BreakTraders community for breaking with us. Thanks to John and Dan and Joe Mama here helping us run things. We got Joe Mama in the background. Dan and John always on site rocking and rolling to make sure that we put on the best show for you. And that's what really matters in this. We can't do it without you. So thank you very much for being with us this week, coming back from vacation. Have a great night and happy breaking.